Shalom. So hopefully people can hear me. Today we are going to go back to Genesis because I'm actually going to try to stay on Genesis and get something under our belt. Okay, so Genesis 24. Uh and it's a long one, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately, fortunately. I mean, it's 65 verses. So this is going to be a long one. I kind of wish the chapter was kind of split between. I mean, we'll see if we're still here in 6 hours. I think I'm gonna stop. But okay, so let's start. 24:1. Now Abraham was old and well advanced in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Uh, NIV. Abraham was now very old, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. Chabad. Uh, and Abraham was old, advanced in days, and the Lord had blessed Abraham with everything. Um, yeah, and this bakol here in everything. Well, let me make sure. Okay. Ooh, there is somebody watching. Hey, Dominic, how are you? Okay. So bakol, Mikol, Kol. That's a whole thing we won't get into, but maybe one day you'll want to ask me about that. Um, Abraham is bakol. Yeah, Isaac is Mikol, and um, Yaakov is Kol. So on you'll if you're paying attention to the Shabbat Amidah, you will notice that uh, there is that difference there. Bakol Mikol Kol. Anyway, okay, and Avraham Zaken ba Bayamim va Havaya Berach et Avraham Bakol. Okay, so Zaken literally means beard, and it's how we refer to the elders, the zakenim. So he was zaken ba beyamim, right? He came into old age, and the ba yamim actually has the article there in the vocalizations. So, um, in the days, he became old in the days. Vahavaya and the Tetragrammaton. Berach, blessed, right? Bet Resh Chaf. Et Avraham ba kol, right? So prepositional bet with the article in the vocalizations and kol, everything. Uh, Pretty simple to translate. I mean, the meaning is clear. The wording is a little bit peculiar, and that's why, I mean, if you look in the commentaries, the Jewish commentaries go to town on this one verse, right? Anyway, and what Rashi says here is that ba kol, right, is the same numerical. It's the so chaf is 20, lamed is 30. Um, so bet is 2, that makes 52, which is the same as bet and nun, because nun is 50, so 52. So that's what Rashi is saying as far as the gematria there. Okay. Um, Next verse. So Abraham said to the oldest servant of his house, who ruled over all that he had, please put your hand under my thigh. He said to the senior servant in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, put your hand under my thigh. And this is a euphemism. Okay. And Abraham said to his servant, the elder of his house, who ruled over all that was his, please place your hand under my thigh. And what Rashi explains is that this under my thigh is actually a euphemism, because since the only mitzvah that Abraham had was circumcision, that was the only holy thing to swear upon, right? Since one who swears must take with his hand an article related to a mitzvah, such as Torah scroll or tefillin, and circumcision was his first mitzvah, and he had fulfilled it with pain. It was dear to him, right? So that was what was used to swear upon. Okay, so the Hebrew Avraham zaken ba bayamim vahavaya. That was the previous chapter. Sorry. Vayomer Avraham el avdo zaken. Sorry. Yeah, that's zekan. Right. Zekan beito. Oh, sorry, it's in the construct form. Right. So zekan beito. Right. So zaken here is in the construct form with bait, house. So the eldest of his house, the I mean, obviously it's some sort of office in the house, right? So you might even translate it as major domo, something like that. But yeah, avdo, obviously servant can be either a servant or a slave. Usually they translate it as a servant, but the Hebrew word is the same. Hamoshel, so the root is mem shin lamed, which means to rule. In modern Hebrew, the government is called the memshalah. And so the present tense can be used as a noun. So hamoshel, right? The one who ruled. Bet kol, so everything. Asher lo, which was his. Sim, so this is lasum. The root is sin vav mem, and it is to put, to set, and here it's in the command form. Sim na. Na is an interjection. Usually I translate it as please. It can also be translated as now. I mean, it's an interjection. It's kind of hard to give a particular way, but I usually translate it as please and it works. Sim na yadcha, your hand, tachat yerechi. So tachat means under, and yerech is a thigh. Uh, Yerechi is my thigh. And this is a euphemism used in the Bible for uh, the makom hamilah. Uh, uh, there actually is not a Hebrew word for. There is no exact Hebrew word for the private parts. So um, yeah, it's usually, I mean, in rabbinic stuff, it's usually referred to as ha'ever, which literally means the limb. Rechem, I mean, means womb. So, okay, next verse. 3. And I will make you swear, take an oath, by the Lord, the God of heaven, and the God of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of Canaan, among whom I dwell. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of Canaan, among whom I am living. And I will adjure you by the Lord, the God of the heaven and the God of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose midst I dwell. So va'ashbi'acha. So the root is shin bet ayin, which is to swear, the shavua, and it's in the hefil. It's in the causative, right? So it's perfect, imperfect. He's well. There is the vav at the beginning. So how exactly I will make you swear. I made you swear. How exactly you want to translate the conjunctive or consecutive there? Um, and it's in a hefil causative. That yud, that's what the yud tells you, is that this is the causative, and I will make you swear, right? I will cause you to swear. Bahavaya, right? So prepositional bet is in or with um, the tetragrammaton. Elokei hatshamayim. So um, this is the Shem Elokut in construct form with Shamayim, right? And when you have a construct chain in biblical Hebrew, uh, the article only goes on the last um, term in the construct chain, which is usually a noun. So this is Elokei Hashamayim, the God of, excuse me, the heavens or heaven. The Elokei Haaretz, right? Again, same form, but this time with land. Uh, Asher lo tika. So Asher is the pronoun relative, right? So that this is the this is the oath I'm making you, right? Asher lo tikach, you will not take, right? From lakachat, which is a bit irregular, but yeah, to take, um, yeah, kach, and to marry is in the Bible called lakachat isha, to take a wife. Um, so you will not take a wife, livni, to my son, mi benot, from the daughters hakenani, and benot is written bemiluy vav, not so strange, but in case you're paying attention, so that of the Canaanites. right? So this is what's called the genitive, I believe, is when you have a noun. I believe it's called noun gentilic. Sorry, gentilic. A gentilic noun is a noun that describes the ethnic identity of a person, right? So mitzrit, and here is Kanani. So it's saying the nation, and it basically just has a yud at the end, right? So Canaan is the nation. Kanani is a Canaanite. Um, Asher Anochi, which I, and this is the more formal I. It's not really used in modern Hebrew. Ani is the one mostly used. Yoshev, right? I dwell in, or it's the participle. It's the present tense of yashav, right? To dwell or to settle. Um, and again, this is, I mean, there's the whole question of if there if you're talking about two letter, so if you believe in two radical um, roots in Hebrew like I do, then shin bet has to do with sitting, right? Returning, lashuv, right, is to return. So how exactly you want to do those roots? Bet kirbo. So Karev is close, right? Um, Actually, the word korban, right, sacrifice in Hebrew, um, comes from that root because it's what you bring up to God, right? Bekirbo, um, in its midst, right, in the middle of it, near it. And well, I mean, bekirbo really means within it, right? But kerev means close. Okay, as opposed to rachok, which is the what it's juxtaposed against. Okay, verse 4. But you shall go to my country and to my family and take a wife for my son Isaac, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac. But you shall go to my land and to my birthplace, and you shall take a wife for my son, for Isaac. Ki el artsi ve'el moladati telech ve'lakachta isha livni leyitzchak. So, he, right, usually we translate it as because or for. It can also be uh, but, right? It's a conjunction, right? El is the preposition with the aleph. Artsi, my land, right? Eretz Shali, Artsi, my land. The El Moladeti, right? So again, preposition with the aleph. Moladeti, right, comes from Vlad, right, to give birth. Yeled is a child, um, right? Today I have begotten you is Hayom Yeliditicha, right? So Moladity, Molad, actually usually refers to the new moon, but when God says to Abraham to leave, he says, "Mi moladetecha," from your the land of your birthplace is how it gets translated there usually, I believe. But from where I was born, my family, I'm not. That's not how I would translate. I would translate it as place where I was born. Telech. So this is holech, right? Halach. Hey lamed chaf is to walk or to go, right? You will go, talach. Velakachta, and you shall take. Um, Again, the vav is obviously flipping the tense from the past tense to the future. Isha, a wife, livni to my son, le Yitzchak. and he's being specific, my son Yit Isaac, as opposed to his other son at this point. Okay, verse 5. And the servant said to him, perhaps the woman will not be willing to follow me to this land. May I take your son back to the land from which you came? Um, the servant asked him, what if the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from? Chabad. And the servant said to him, perhaps the woman will not wish to go after me to this land. Shall I return your son to the land from which you came? And the Kabbalists go to town on this verse as well. But Vayomer alav ha'eved, so the servant or slave said to him, right? Preposition of the aleph, ulai. So ulai is maybe. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how many times it gets used in the Bible. 45 times. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly used a lot in modern Hebrew. Ulai lo tove haisha lalechet acharai el haaretz hazot hehashi hehashev ashiv et vincha el haaretz asher yatzata misham. Right. So maybe the lo toeva, right? So um et, so ta'ava, we've actually spoken about this before. Um in 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 rabbinic Hebrew, it's usually used in the same manner as lust, as desiring something too much, right? So, but in Hebrew, I mean, in biblical Hebrew, it is used as just as to wish or to want, right? And don't get it confused with abomination, which is with an ayin. Ha'isha, the woman, la lechet, to walk, right? To go, acharai, behind me, after me. Um, and that is a little bit strange. Again, like I said, the mystics and the Kabbalists go to on this verse. Acharai. El haaretz hazot, to this land, right? This specific land, haaretz hazot. Hehashiv, hashev ashiv. So the pronoun, I mean, sorry, the article, the he, can be used to turn something into a question. Um, just like Cain asked, Hashomer achi anochi, am I my brother's keeper, right? Hashev ashiv, right? And again, this is the whole thing with lashevet, right? And the two roots or the three roots, however you want to deal with that. But, and the double language, it usually gets translated as surely, right? To do surely, because it is it makes an emphasis in the Hebrew. Hashev ashiv, right? Shall I bring back, right? Yeah, I mean, this is the hefil, it's the causative, ashiv, right? Et bincha, that's the direct object marker. Bincha, your son. El haaretz, again with the aleph. Haaretz, the land. Asher yatzata, which you came out of, right? Letzet is to leave. Yatsa, yeah, Yatsa Yud Tzadik Aleph is the root, Yatsata. You came out of Mi Sham, from there. Verse 6. But Abraham said to him, beware that you do not take my son back there. Make sure you do not take my son back there, Abraham said. And Abraham said to him, beware lest you return my son back there. Okay. Vayomer elav Avraham, Hishamer lecha pen tashiv et beni shama. So Vayomer had many times, right? He spoke to him. Amar is the less intensive. Daber is the more intensive. Elav, to him, again with the aleph. Avraham. Hishamer. So this is the nifal, which is the passive, right? In the command form. Hishamer, right? Be careful. Keep yourself. I mean, command nifal. I don't think we see nifal used in the command form very often. I mean, you can try. So shin mem resh nifal, and then imperative hishamer. Right there it is. Command. So be careful. Right? Command of be warned, be on guard. I guess is the way to do it. Hishamer lecha, yourself. Right. Um, pen. So pen is almost always translated as lest, right? So that it shall not be. Tashiv, again, lashevet, right? In the hefil, in the causative, you bring back et beni, my son, shama, there. Um, and the hey at the end of that is actually the directional hey, not the third person feminine singular like they have it there. Okay, next verse. 7. The Lord God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my family, and who spoke to me and swore to me, saying, to your descendants, literally seed, I give this land, he will send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. So the Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me on oath, saying, to your offspring or seed, I will give this land. He will send his angel before you so that you can get a wife for my son from there. Okay. The Lord God of the heavens, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my birth, and who spoke about me, and who swore to me, saying, to your seed I will give this land, he will send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. Lots of Rashis, and this one is a grammatical one. Yeah, so he's saying, okay, so we'll take a look at the Hebrew. Havaya, right? So the Tetragrammaton, Elokei Hashamayim, right? So like we had before, the God of heaven, Asher Lakachani, which who took me, right? That took me, Mi Beit Avi, from the house of my father, Eretz Moladati, and from the land in which I was born, right? They're saying of my family. I would translate it that I was born, right? Molad, like we talked about. Va'asher Diber, and who spoke, and so Diber is the more intensive way of speaking. Li, and well, Diber Li, right? I would just generally translate it as spoke to me, but um, Rashi. Let's read the Rashi. Diber li, Asher diber li. Here li means concerning me, like Asher diber, who spoke concerning me. Right, Asher. Similarly, every lo, li, and lahem used in the conjunction with the verb dalad besh resh daber, speak, is to be interpreted in the sense of al, this is the preposition of the ayin, concerning, and their um, Aramaic translation is alehon, alohi, alai, or is it ali? Um, for in conjunction with dibur, the use of the term lo, li, and lahem is inappropriate. But rather, elav, eli, and alehem are to be used, and their Aramaic translation is imahon, imah, imi, right? However, the expression amira, right? So this is the less intensive way of speaking. The terms lo, li, and lahem are appropriate. And I'm guessing, I mean, if you look, you'll see that this is consistent because when Rashi says something, I've yet to, he's basically always right. Okay. Va'asher nishba li, and who swore to me. I mean, it's in the Nifal, who was sworn to me. How did Chabad translate that? And who swore to me. Okay. Um, Le'emor. I would probably translate this who was sworn to me. It is in the Nifal. Le'emor, saying, Le'zaracha, to your descendants, right, to your seed. And yes, Zera is in the singular, but Zera is pretty much always in the singular, even when it's obviously talking about many people. And this gets into a whole thing with Galatians, which I won't get into, but yeah. Eten, I will give or I will set, latet, right? It's an imperfect. Et haaretz, the land, right? Hazot, this land, this particular land. It's very specific. Who, so he, right? Yishlach, so shin lamed het is to send, right? And in Genesis, it talks about stretching out your arm, right? It says shaluach yad, right? To stretch out your arm to grab something. Similarly, a shliach is an agent or an emissary. Malacho, his angel, um, lefanecha, before you. And I'm gonna have to ask Sam if Christians say that this malach is Jesus as well, because whatever. Um, lefanecha, before you, velakachta, and you shall take. Right, it's obviously flipping here. Lakachta, isha livini, a son, a wife for my son, mi sham, from there. Okay, 28. I mean 8. And if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be released from this oath. Only do not take my son back there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there. And if the woman will not wish to go after you, you will be absolved of this, my oath. Only do not return my son back there. Ve'im lo to'eva, tove, ha'isha, the woman, la lechet acharecha, veniketa, interesting, mi shvuati, zot, rak et beni lo tashev shama. So, ve'im, and if, lo tove, she does not want, she will not want, right? Again, we said to want, ha'isha, the woman, la lechet, to walk, acharecha, after you, venikiti, so Naki nun kuf yud is means clean, right? And sometimes when referring to um, forgiveness of sins, right, we say uh, Hashem is menakeh or naki, so it's you can use your concordance there, but oh, it's nun kuf hey. Okay, um, mm, okay, I guess. In Genesis 24:8, it's Nikiti. Yeah, so this is the first time it's used in the Bible. 44 occurrences. Yeah, you can use your concordance here if you like. To acquit, completely free from punishment. Um, in modern Hebrew, it definitely means to clean. Right? Venikiti, and I will release you, mishuati, from my oath. Um, and I kind of expected that shvua to be written with a shuruk, not a kubutz, but it is what it is. Zot, this oath of mine, mishvuati zot, this, yeah. Rak, only, et beni, my son, lo tashev, you shall not return. It is so. It's hefil imperfect juicev. Yeah, tashev. Um, do not take back. I guess. Yeah, shama there, and again the hey at the end is the directional hey. Okay. Mm, so Rashi says will be absolved and take him a wife from the daughters of Aner, Eshkol, and Mamre, and that's apparently from the Genesis Rabbah. So I guess what he means is that half of it, right? If you can't find a woman there, still don't get him a wife from Canaan. Okay, verse 9. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master and swore to him concerning this matter. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Um, and the servant placed his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and he swore to him concerning this matter. Um, yeah, and this actually happens several times in the Bible before the giving of the Torah. And the rabbinic explanation is that before the giving of the Torah, um, yet after the commandment to circumcise, um, it was the only holy thing object to be used for swearing. Okay, the Hebrew. Vayasem ha'eved et yado tachat yerech Avraham Adonav vayishava lo al hadavar hazeh. So vayasem, and he puts the ha'eved, the servant or slave, et yado, his hand, tachat yerech Avraham, underneath the thigh of Abraham, Adonav. So this is a very interesting thing. Um, that's very interesting because so the word Adon is something. It means master. We oftentimes refer to God with it. Um, it's pretty much always written bechisaron vav. Um, so Adon, you could I mean, when you go to Israel, if you call a cab, you would call your cab driver Adoni, my master, right? Or Adon. It's calling somebody Adon and by their first or last name, right? Mr. So and so. Um, Adoni is my master. Now, the plural, so if I'm talking to many cab drivers, I would say Adonai, right? And that is the profane use of the word, but usually that word is used to refer to God in the plural. And here it's saying Avraham Adonav, and it's in the plural. So it's actually his masters. Does Rashi say something here? Um, no, Rashi doesn't. And I kind of wonder why he doesn't. Let me see if I can find any anybody who says something because that's interesting to me. Genesis 24:9. Guessing the Radak should say something. No. Devar. ולא פירוש שכתוב בהשם אלוקי השמיים, ומובן שמסתם היה הן, ואם כן, גם זה מייתר והיה ראוי לכתוב ויעש העבד כן, אלא בא לשמוע בלי שבועה, אם כן בשבועת בלי שם הווישבוע. והכי מבואר בדיוק ברף שם, שרק מזה המקרא הוא שלמדו חז"ל, שימת העבד תחת ירך במקום ולא ממקרא ראשון. Well, he's not talking about that. Or Chaim, Leibowitz, still don't understand why nobody says anything. It's very interesting. I mean, כן לבר הנ"ל, יש לך בסגנון שאחר כך אברהם זקן בא לימים, תחת ואשר תיקח רק את בני לא תשב שם, ויקח העבד אשר והיה כתבתי לקומה. Well, I'm not finding any commentary. The Radak. Let's see what the Radak says. V'yasem meaning is clear. Okay. Interesting. um, the meaning is clear, the Radak says. Rashbam. There doesn't appear to be a Ibn Ezra. I'm not sure. You know what I am going to do? I am going to ask on the Discord server so that I don't forget. Um, Genesis 24:9. Why is Adonai in the plural? And we'll see if we come up with an answer to that. Obviously, like I've said before, this whole chapter, I mean, I didn't realize before we started it, um, the Kabbalists go to town on this whole thing. I mean, the 10 camels and returning Abraham's son, Isaac. Um, Anybody who's studied this stuff should um, understand the clear implications. There are many. Okay, so that's that. Okay, let's finish that. So Adonav, right? His masters, Vayishava, and so he was sworn, right? In the Nifal, lo al hadavar hazeh. So he was sworn to him, yeah, al hadavar hazeh, regarding this prepositional dying, yeah, this very matter. Okay, verse 10. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and departed, for all his master's goods were in his hand. Okay. Then the servant left, taking with him 10 of his master's camels, loaded with all kinds of good things from his master. Did we? Oh, I didn't read the rest of it. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. Um, he set out for Aram Neharaim, right? That is um, northwest Mesopotamia, and made his way to the town of Nahor. Chabad. And the servant took 10 camels of his master's camels, and he went, and all the best of his master was in his hand. And he arose, and he went to Aram Naharaim, to the city of Nahor. Um, yeah, I'm not going to do the Rashis. Vayikach ha'eved asara gamalim mi gemale Adonav, again in the plural. Vayelech v'chol tuv Adonav beyado, again in the plural, was in his hand. Vayakom vayelech el Aram Naharaim el Ir Nahor. Okay, so, and he took, right, ha'eved, the servant or slave, asara, 10, right? And this is the masculine form, asara, actually. That's funny with the numbers. They seem to be going the other way around. Gemalim, right, camels. Mi gemale Adonav, from the camels, right? It's in the construct form with Adonav, his masters. Vayelech, and he went, right? Departed, but he went, right? Halach, hey lamed chaf. The whole tuv, and all the good, right? Tuv is goodness, right? Noun. Tuv Adonav, it's in the construct form with Adonav, right? Of his masters. Be yado, was in his hand. Vayakom, so lakum, kuf vav mem, is standing up, sometimes to establish, but yeah, So he arose. The vav is flipping it from the imperfect to the perfect. Vayelech, and he went, again, similar, same thing. El Aram Naharaim, to prepositional to Aleph. Aram Naharaim. So if you wanted to translate this, um, Aram would be a land which of so actually it would probably be where my family's from, Urmia. But Naharaim literally means rivers. So Aram of the rivers. Yeah, it's where my family's from. Okay. El Ir Nahor, to the city of Nahor. And Nahor is person, but grandfather of Abraham, also the brother of Abraham. From Nahar, which is snorting or nostril, apparently. Okay. Next verse. And he made his camels kneel down outside the city by a well of water at evening time, the time when women go out to draw water. He had the camels kneel down near the well outside the town. It was toward evening, the time the women go out to draw water. And he made the camels kneel outside the city beside the well of water at eventide, at the time the maidens go out to draw water. Vayavrech hagemalim michutz la'ir el ber hamayim le'et erev le'et tzeit ha-sho'avot. Interesting. So this word vayavrech is actually very interesting because literally it means to kneel, cause to kneel, but also is related to bless, right? Like I said, this whole chapter, the mystics and Kabbalists go to town on, right? Ha gemalim, the camels. So, is this to draw the word related to Moses' name? So, yes and no. Shoev, right? Shin Aleph Bet. So Moses' name is Egyptian, right? But the Bible says that he is his name is related, so it's kind of like a backronym. In Hebrew we do this. We take things which are in other languages, and clearly it's not that the Bible is saying it's a Hebrew, that his name was Hebrew. His name was Egyptian, and whatever it means in Egyptian. Apparently there is a meaning in Egyptian. But we kind of relate it, just like the word Mitzrayim, right? Metzer, Mesr is an Egyptian word, but we do relate it. And yes, this is the same. Well, kind of. I think this is the same Sha'av as Moses. Where's do you remember where the Bible says that regarding Moses? Uh, Meshitehu. Eh, mm, I mean, the roots here are very very different. Meshitehu is in. Let me see which. Exodus 2:10. So let's look at Exodus 2. ותקרא שמו משה, ותאמר כי מן המים משיתהו. So, no. I mean, they're saying that the root here is mem shin hey, um, which is used yam shenu. So I thought the shin. I mean, we're only talking um one root, right? As opposed to shoev shin aleph bet. Yeah, I mean, you have to squint really hard to see. Yeah, Exodus 2:10 is it. You have to squint really hard to say they're related. Obviously, mem isn't one of the strongest roots. Hey isn't one of the strongest roots, but aleph is actually a pretty strong root. I mean, it's not the strongest of roots. Sometimes some people will argue it, but bet is a pretty strong root, right? So you have to squint really hard to make that connection there. Okay. So vayaver hagamalim michutz la'ir, from outside, right? Prepositional mem, right? Michutz, from the outside, la'ir, of the city. The article is in the vocalizations. El is prepositional aleph. Be'er hamayim, right? Be'er is a well. So be'er hamayim, it's in the construct form with water, and um, so they said by a well of water. I would probably translate it as the well of water because it is does have that article there, right? Le'et erev. So this is an interesting thing. So et is a moment or time, right? Um, at the time of. It's in a construct form with erev, right? Which um, we translate it as evening. It also means to mix. So we call it, well, ma'ariv, right? We call it the it relates to sunset, right? Twilight, um, specifically in sunset, right? So le'et, uh, at the time of Tzeit HaSho'avot, right? So Tzeit is the infinitive of going out, Letzeit, right? To go out. Um, and Sho'avot, it's the participle being used as a noun. So feminine. I am surprised there isn't a single vav in Sho'avot. It's um, it's written completely bechisaron. Um, the women who draw out. I'm not sure why um, Chabad decided to say the maidens. Well, I mean, it is females who go out, right? Yeah. Um, yeah. Okay. Next verse. 12. Then he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, please give me success this day and show kindness to my master Abraham. Um, then he prayed, Lord, God of my master Abraham, make me successful today and show kindness to my master Abraham. And he said, O Lord, the God of my master Abraham, please cause to happen to me today and perform loving kindness with my master Abraham. Okay? Vayomer Havaya Elokei Adoni Avraham Hakre na lefanai hayom va'aseh chesed im Adoni Avraham. Okay, so Vayomer, and he said, we've had that so many times. Havaya, right, the Tetragrammaton, Elokei Adoni, right? So the God of my master. And obviously this is in the vocalization in the consonantal text, right? Adoni is written exactly like um, how we refer to God, the Shem Adnot. Avraham, my master Abraham. So this is one long construct chain. Elokei Adoni Avraham. Although it is very rare to have a something in the construct chain in the middle of it have um, the mine. So maybe, I mean, you might say that this isn't, yeah, Elokei Adoni Avraham, right? So it's not really one big construct chain. Avraham is a separate construct chain. I mean, is a separate clause, maybe? Okay. Hakre. So this is the causative of to happen. Not sure where they got um, success. To encounter, meet, or befall. Not sure why they. How many times is it used for success? For some reason, it's not counting the number of times it's has different meanings. I mean, I wonder how many times it shows up in the Bible. It shows up 27 times. I'm not sure why they decided to um, that it's a good thing, especially in Genesis 42. It appears to be talking about a bad thing. Um, yeah, 44, Genesis 44 as well. So I'm not sure why they're saying that it's success. I don't understand the yeah. So that's um, Chabad is please cause to happen to me today, right? Really not sure where they got success from. Give me success. Yeah, I'm not sure where they got that word success from. But okay. Hakre na. So na, like I said before, I usually translate as please, right? And this is the command form of to cause. So literally he's saying cause to happen to me, please. Well, cause to happen, please. Um Lefanai, before me, hayom, this day, today, ve'aseh chesed, and do kindness, right? So chesed is usually translated as loving kindness. Um, and he's saying, and do, right? La'asot, ayin sin hey, is to do or to make. It's a very common root. Um, Im Adoni, with my master, Avraham, right? So, yeah, do kindness to or with my um, master Abraham. Okay. 13. Behold, here I stand by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city are coming out to draw water. See, I am standing beside this spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. Behold, I am standing by the water fountain, and the daughters of the people of the city are coming out to draw water. Hine anochi nitzav al ein hamayim ubenot anshe ha'ir yotzot lish'ov mayim. Did I mention that the mystics go to town on this section of the Bible? Um, okay, so hine, usually I translate it as behold, right? And it's oftentimes translated. It's an interjection, right? Anochi nitzav al ein hamayim. So anochi is the more formal way of referring um, to I, right? It's the first person pronoun. Um, so, for example, um, where Cain says Hashomer achi anochi, right? Am I my brother's keeper? The Midrash says that by using the word anochi, because it is the first word of the Ten Commandments, right? So anochi Hashem Elokecha, right? That actually Cain was telling God, it's your fault. Hashomer achi anochi. The guardian of my brother is Anochi, is the one who spoke at the Ten Commandments. I hope this shows why, I mean, in the Hebrew, this is a very darshanable, right? You in the Hebrew, it is pointing at things which mysticism talks about a lot. So hine anochi, behold anochi, nitzav al ein hamayim, right? Nitzav, it means to stand. A matzava is a sign post, right? Um, Again, this is word you might want to use your concordance on, but yeah, nitzav. Hine anochi nitzav. Behold, I am standing. Al ein hamayim. And so that's the preposition with the ayin. Ein literally means I, but ayin can also refer to like a well, right? And a lot of places are named after wells, right? And the yeah, I think the word mayan is also written similarly to ain, which actually means wellspring. Yeah, but ain hamayim, literally the eye of water, but the well of water where water springs up, right? Um, Uvenot anshe, venot has a vav. The rest of this verse is remarkably lacking in vavs, especially yotzot lishov. I kind of expected there to be at least one vav there. Uvenot anshe ha'ir, so the daughters of the men of the city, and there is a kind of implication there that anshe ha'ir is usually referring to the respected men of the city. Right? Yotzot, so literally are coming out, right? It's in the present tense, it's in the participle. Yotzot. Lishov, to draw out, draw up, mayim, water. Yeah. So, verse 14. Now let it be that the young woman to whom I say, please let down your pitcher that I may drink, and she says, drink, and I will also give your camels a drink, let her be the one you have appointed to for your servant Isaac, and by this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. Right? So the simple explanation of this is that if she's also kind to the camels, that shows that she's a kind person and the type of person you would want to marry. Okay. May it be that when I say to a young woman, please let down your jar that I may have a drink. And she says, drink, and I will water your camels too. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this, I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. Okay? Um, and it will be that the maiden to whom I will say, lower your pitcher and I will drink, and she will say, drink, and I will also water your camels, her have you designated for your servant, for Isaac, and though through her may I know that that you have performed loving kindness with my master. Pretty long. V'haya hana'ara. So it's written nar. There's a missing hey there for female, right? Hana'ara. Asher Omar Eleha Hati na chadech ve'eshte ve'amra shte ve'gam gamalecha ashke otah הוכחת לעבדך ליצחק ובה אדע כי עשית חסד עם אדוני. Okay. So vehaya and shall be hana'ara. Right? It's, I mean, the vocalization is that it's female. Here it is actually, so they actually made the difference between the kativ and the kri. Right? It's written na'ar and it's read na'ara. Right? It's read as a female noun of young woman. Okay. Asher Omar, which I shall say to, right? It's an imperfect. Eleha, to her, right? Preposition of the line. Aleph, sorry. Hati. So this is the command form of the hefil of nitya, right? So usually I refer to this like we talk about turn or to pitch a tent, right? Yeah, so let down, hatina, cause to turn, kind of. I mean, it's obvious saying, you know, give me some water, but hati, cause to turn is how I would exactly do it. Na is usually have to uh, usually I translate it as please. Chadech, right? Your so a kad is a pitcher, right? Jug, right? So chadech, that's the female version of you, right? Chadech, your jug or pitcher. Ve'eshte, right? So shtia is to drink, and so ve'eshte, so that I may drink. Really, is how I would translate this. Ve'amra, and she would say, because again, so with the vavs here, if you've been listening to all the modern linguistic scholarship, they're trying to, they're kind of saying that with the vav, that's, it's implying some version of the subjunctive, whatever exactly. I would, it's more comfortable to use would or may or these types of helping verbs with something that is being flipped by a vav. Okay. Shte, right? So this is the command form of to drink, right? So she says, drink, shte, vegam gamalecha, so, and also your camels, gamalecha, ashke, I will cause to drink. All right. So, mashka, right, is again, I mean, shaka, to drink, to give to drink, right? So, shote is drinking. Like, if I'm drinking something, I will say ani shote ma'im, I'm drinking water. Um, but if I'm giving somebody a drink, I'll say mashke ma'im, right? And mashke actually, I mean, especially in Yiddish, has come to mean um, like a hard drink, right? So, but ashke, right? I will cause to drink. I will water. I will water is probably how I would do it. Yeah, I would water. Ota, so her, she, that woman, ota, and that's why that's an aspirated hey, um, with a dagesh there. Hochachta, so hey chaf het is to it's the word used for rebuke as well. So to decide a judge or proof. Um, yeah, and you can look up in your concordance more. But it yeah, to show sometimes I would say to make clear. Hochachta, right? Would probably say you have set apart maybe. Um, she is the one you have appointed. Okay, you le avdecha, for your servant or slave, le Yitzchak, for Isaac, uva, and in this or with her, through her, uva, eda, right? So this is da'at. This is the more intimate form of knowledge. However, you want to say the two-letter or verb, right? It's yada or da'at or however you want to do that. Ki, here that for asita, you have done chesed, right? Loving kindness, im adoni, with my master. Um, uh, I'm just typing regarding that question we had on 24/9. Okay. Uh, Next verse. And it happened before he had finished speaking, um, that behold, Rebecca, who, let's see, um, okay, I don't know why that note's there, who was born to Betuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, came out with her pitcher on her shoulder. Before he had finished praying, Rebecca came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Betuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. Okay. Um, Now he had not yet finished speaking, um, and behold, Rebekah came out, who had been born to Betuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, and her pitcher was on her shoulder. Vayehi hu terem kila ledaber Vehine Rivka yotzet asher yulda Livituel ben Milka Eshet Nahor Achi Abraham Vechada al Shechma. Okay, so Vayehi Hu. So this is a very interesting way of talking, and it was that. I mean, Vayehi is usually how we just do it. The pronoun who is sometimes used as a sort of present tense verb to be. It's kind of strange usage here. I'm not sure how many times this type of thing shows up in the Bible. Terem is before, right? And I mean, I'm not sure how many times it gets used in the Bible. Uh, Not yet ear. That's one of my favorite words. Ear, E-R-E. 56 occurrences. Terem kila. So this is like a vayechulu in Genesis. It says that was finished, and here it's also finished. And also, I mean, especially if you're saying that it's related to the two-letter root chaf lamed, which is related to both eating or consuming ochel and providing like kalkala, right? That's a special pilpel or root. Um, so kila had finished, right? Ledaber to speak, and that is the more intensive way of speaking. I don't know why they're translating it as pray. I mean, obviously he is speaking to God, but there are Hebrew words for prayer, and this is just speaking. Vehine, and behold, Rivka yotzet. Rivka was coming out. It's the participle of to come out. Asher Yulda, who had been born, right? So this Yulda is the I think, well, they're saying call passive. Yeah. Um Thought it is related to the hufal form, right? To be born. Hufal is a passive. Yeah. So no, I guess that would have been hulda. Yeah, yulda. Call pass. It is was born. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what call passive is. Stem call passive. There we go. Stem call passive. The call passive is a passive form of the call stem. It looks similar to and is sometimes identified as pual or the hofal stem. Guilty as charged. The call passive form is a stem formation in biblical Hebrew that expresses simple action in passive voice. There is some debate among scholars concerning all the verbs that are parsed as call passive because they could also be identified as either a pual or a hofal. This distinction is not important for meaning or translation. So, yeah. Um, Li Bituel, so to Bituel, Ben Milka, the son of Milka, Eshet Nahor, so this is wife in construct form with Nahor, Achi Abraham, the brother, and brother, I wouldn't be so literal about brother, um, Abraham, um, although I think, I mean, we said Nahor was also the name of his grandfather? Yeah. Grandfather of Abraham and also the brother of Abraham. So, Jewish tradition is that a child is only named after a father if the father dies before the child is born. Um, and it is very common to, um, especially among Sephardim nowadays, especially, to go back and forth with names. So grandfathers all often have the same name as grandsons. Um, so I mean, you would go Avraham, Yitzchak, Avraham, Yitzchak, right? So having that sort of alternating name is actually quite common. Yeah, I mean, does they also translate it as brother, and Rashi doesn't say anything. Um, Achi doesn't always have to be exactly brother, but Vechada, and her jar, her vessel, right, was Al Shichma, was on her shoulder, Shechem. Yep. Okay, verse 16. Now the young woman was very beautiful to behold, a virgin, no man had known her. And she went down to the well, filled her pitcher, and came up. The woman was very beautiful, a virgin, no man had ever slept with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. Now the maiden was of very comely appearance, a virgin, and no man had been intimate with her. And she went down to the fountain, and she filled her pitcher and went up. Okay. Vehana'ara, again, same thing with na'ar. It's written without a hey. Vehana'ara tovat mar'eh. Again, tovat, I expected a vav there. It's not so common for tov to be written without a vav. Me'od, very much so. Betula, a virgin. Ve'ish lo yad'ah, vetered ha'aina, vatamale chada, vetal. Um, so Tovat mar'eh is beautiful, right? Good to look at. Mar'eh is to behold, to look at, right? From re'iyah, right? Resh aleph hey is to look or to see. Me'od, so very good to look at. Um, Betula, that's how we refer to virgins in Hebrew, not just as Na'ara. Uh, uh, yeah, won't get into that whole thing. But if you want to say somebody's a virgin in Hebrew, you use the word Betula. Ve'ish lo yada, and a man had not known her, right? And obviously, this is the intimate form of to know, right? And the dagesh in the hay that makes it aspirated, that is what tells you it's the difference between yada, which is she knows, she knew, and yada'ah, right? Um, um, so the difference between yada, right? She knew, and yada'ah, he knew her, right? Is that dagesh and the aspirated hay. Vatered, so and she went down. Laredet is to go down, right? Ha'aina, so towards the well. Ha'aina, right? So bait means house. Baita means towards the house. habaita, right? If you want to say I'm going home, you say ani holech habaita. Yeah, towards home. I'm going home. Habaita. Yeah. So um, and this is ha'aina, right? Towards the well. Vet vatemale, and so and she filled um yeah, well, yeah, so the tough is the third person feminine. Milui is mem lamed aleph is to fill, right? The tamale chada, um, her jar, vatal, and came up. So Rashi actually talks here. Um, uh, Vital. No, Rashi doesn't mention Tal. Um, oh, he does in the next verse, so we'll get there. Okay, so let's do the next verse. And the servant ran to meet her and said, "Please let me drink a little water from your pitcher." Um, the servant hurried to meet her and said, "Please give me a little water from your jar." And the servant ran toward her, and he said, "Please let me sip a little water for your pitcher." Uh, okay. Vayaratz ha'eved likrata, vayomer hagmiini na ma'at mayim mikadech. So, vayaratz larutz resh vav tzadek is to run, right? So, run, hurry, run, yeah. And ran. Ha'eved, the servant or slave, likrata, right? And likrat is a pretty weird four-letter thing that means to meet. Um, I think it is related to, well, at least kara, to call, possibly um ra'ah, right, to see. I d it's pretty rare that we have something with four solid roots. But likrat, to meet or to greet, it just it is that way. So they're saying kira with a hey at the end, related to kara, to call. Yeah. They're saying it might also be from the other korah, right? To encounter, right? Yeah, it's a weird word. I mean, it's used a lot, 100 times in the Bible, but um, it's just a very strange word in the Hebrew. But sometimes the most irregular things are those things which are used the most. Um, like the verb to be tends to be the most irregular verb in every language. But so likrata, to greet her, to meet her. Vayomer, and he said, Hagmi'ini. So I do not know this root. Gimel mem aleph, to swallow liquids, used twice in the entire Bible, which may be why I don't know it. Compare Aramaic gamma, perhaps Ethiopic, from a jar or vessel. Yeah, don't know what to tell you. Um, but yeah, so let me drink, however you want to do it. Gamma, right? Hagmi'ini na ma'at mayim. So na, like I said, usually I translate it as please. Ma'at means a little, right? So ma'at ma'im, a little water. Mi kadech, from your jar or vessel. And Rashi says vayaratz, um, because he saw that the water had risen toward her. So the Midrash Rabbah actually says Veta'al here, right? That it rose. The water actually miraculously came up to her. And like I've said, this whole chapter gets a lot of work in more mystical texts. Okay, verse 18. So she said, "Drink, my lord." Then she quickly let her pitcher down to her hand and gave him a drink. "Drink, my lord," she said, and quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. Um, and she said, "Drink, my lord." And she hastened and lowered her pitcher to her hand, and she gave him to drink. Vatomer shte Adoni v'tamaher v'tored kada al yada v'tashkehu. So vatomer, and she said, right, shte, drink, Adoni, my lord, sir, right. This is how you call your cab in modern Hebrew. Vatamaher, so mem hey resh is to um, be quick, do quickly, right? Vatamaher. Vetored, right? And she caused to come down. Yeah, the hefil of Yered to come, um, yeah, to lower or to let down or to come down. Kada, her jar, al yada, to her hand, and Rashi says from her shoulder, where it was. Vetashkehu, and she caused him to drink, and she watered him. She gave him to drink. We talked about shote and mashke before. Okay, verse 19. Uh, and when she had finished giving him a drink, she said, "I will draw water for your camels also, until they have finished drinking." After she had given him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too, until they have had enough to drink." And she finished giving him to drink, and she said, "I will also draw for your camels until they have finished drinking." Vatachal lahashkoto, tomer, sorry, gam ligmalecha eshav ad im kilu lishtot. Again, if you're paying attention to chisarons, lots of chisarons in this verse. Vatachal, so, and she finished, right? Vayachulu, like we said from Genesis, right? To finish. Lahashkoto, to give him to drink. Lahashkoto. Vatomer, and she said, Gam legamalecha, also to your camels. Eshov, I will draw, right? Eshav, sorry. Ad im kilu lishtot. So ad im is kind of a strange way of saying it. Rashi actually will talk about this. Ad im. Here the word im is used in the sense of asher, that. So ad im, until when, if kilu lishtot, right? That is how Rashi would have us translated. Kilu lishtot, they have finished drinking. Lishtot, right? To drink. Okay. Next, verse 20. Then she quickly emptied her pitcher into the trough, ran back to the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. And she hastened and she emptied her pitcher into the trough, and she ran again to the well to draw water, and she drew for all his camels. Vatemaher v'ta'ar kada el hashoket v'taratz od el haber lishov v'tishav l'chol gamalav. If you're paying attention to Hisarons and Miluis, you really need to look at this text specifically. I'm not going to keep on commenting because, yeah, this is one of those texts. Vatamaher, so, and she hastened is how I would usually translate this, right? Like we said, maher is quick, right? Vetar, tough, ayin resh. Oh, from ayin resh hey, to be naked or bare. Used 15 times in the Bible. First time here. And next time, oh, Mekora He'era. To lay bare. Yeah, so she emptied, I guess, laid bare, kada, her jar, el hashoket, to the shoket. And from like mashka, right? Shaka. So shoket is something which is for drinking. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's used as trough twice in the Bible. from from yeah, lahashkot, right? To cause to drink. Okay. Vatarat, and she ran. Od, again. El haber, to the well. Preposition Aleph. Lishov, to draw out, to draw water. Lishov, right? Vatishav, and she did draw out. Lechol gamalav, for all of his camels. Lechol gamalav. Okay. 24, 21. And the man, wondering at her, remained silent so as to know whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. And the man was astonished at her, standing silent, waiting to know whether the Lord had caused his way to prosper or not. The ha'ish mishta'eh, interesting, la machrish ladat hahitzliach havaya darko imlo. So the ha'ish, and the man, mishta'eh. So the root is shin aleph hey, right? And it's in the hitpa'el form, in the present tense, in the participle of um of the reflexive sha'ah, to gaze, and they're saying it's only the only time it's used. I would want to say sha'ah was yeah. Well, to make it then crash into. I was thinking, um, Am I thinking of something else? To wait. Must be thinking of something else. Um, yeah, not sure what I'm thinking of. I don't think I'm thinking of Shin Ayin. Shin Ayin Hey means time, but I don't think it's used as a verb, is it? Lishot. To pay attention. Hmm. I might be thinking of with the ayin. Anyway, the hey is for direction too, right? Yes, directional hey uh, can be. I mean, I think you were asking about ha'aina. Yeah, at the end, right? The directional hey at the end. Um, sorry, I didn't catch it for a long time. Okay. Mishta'eh, right? La. He was gazing at her. Yeah, okay. I mean, you can't do much with a word that doesn't show up very many times in the Bible. Machrish. So cheresh can mean deaf. It can also mean to engrave or plow. Yeah. Um, but yeah, ma- to be quiet. Machrish, and it is in the participle in the present tense. Well, causing to be quiet, remain silent. Machrish. Ladat, to know, and this is the infinite form of know, the intimate form of knowing. Ha hitzliach. So the hey at the beginning of a word can um, be turning it into a question, and that's what it's doing here. Ha hitzliach, and so this is the he fill form of success or prosper. Um, yeah, and again, this is something that Kabbalists talk a lot about. But hahitzliach would be prosper, cause to prosper. If would God cause to prosper, right? Hahitzliach havaya darko, his ways, im lo, or not. 22. So it was when the camels had finished drinking that the man took a golden nose ring weighing half a shekel and two bracelets for her wrists weighing 10 shekels of gold. A, that's a lot of gold. And B, most people forget that Rivka Imenu had a nose ring. That's one of the things. That's one of the bits of Bible trivia that gets people right. What kind of jewelry did uh, Rebecca the matriarch wear? Yeah, nose ring. 22. Uh, when the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a nose ring weighing a beka, that is about 1/5 ounce or about 5.7 grams, and two bracelets weighing 10 shekels. That is about 4 ounces or about 115 grams. Um, wow, there's a lot of Rashis here. So he's talking about that word mishta'a, right? Um, yeah, so he is saying it's related to that other shin aleph hey to desolate. Mishta'a means he was astonished and startled because he saw his efforts were. Um, yeah, so the tough in Hitpael, the tough moves. Um, yeah, and he's explaining all of that. La regarding her, he was astonished. Okay. Um, Now it came about when the camels had finished drinking that the man took a gold nose ring weighing half a shekel and two bracelets for her hands weighing 10 gold shekels. Um, right. So, ויהי כאשר כילאו הגמלים לשתות, ויקח האיש נזם זהב בקע משקלו, ושני צמידים על ידיה, 10 זהב משקלם. So, ויהי כאשר, and it was when, כאשר, כילאו, so again, to finish, right? Hagemalim, the camels, lishtot, to drink, vayekach, and he took, haish, the man, nezem, so this is a nose ring, nezem. How many times is it used? 17 times. Earring jewel, from an unused root of certain uncertain meaning, a nose ring, earring or jewel. So sometimes it's of their ears. And sometimes it's nose. I guess it's when it's plural, it's considered an earring. Nezamim, yeah. I think that's how. So nezem is nose ring, whereas nezamim would be earrings when it's plural. But yeah, nezem zahav, a ring of gold, nose ring of gold. Zahav is gold. Beka, so apparently this is half a shekel. It's used twice in the Bible. Rashi gets his measure from Onkelos, I believe. Um, from to break open. So it's like half. I understand. Bokeh, yeah. So split. So um, I guess you could say half is its weight and assume that it's half a shekel. So mishkal is obviously the word shekel means a measure. It's a specific measure. In modern Hebrew, it means money, right? The Israeli shekel, right? So mishkalo, its weight. Ushnei tsemidim, and two bracelets. Tsemid. How many times is tsemid used? 7 times. And I believe it's always bracelets. Or a cover of a vessel in Numbers 19. From tamad, to bind or to join. Okay. Al yadeha, so for her hands. It's the preposition of the ayin. Al yadeha, for her hands. Asara zahav mishkalam, and 10 shekels was their uh, well, 10 gold was their weight. It's the shekels is assumed. Okay, 23. And said, "Whose daughter are you? Tell me, please, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge, um, to spend the night?" Um, then he asked, "Whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" Um, And he said, "Whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there a place for us for lodging in your father's house?" Um, Vayomer, bat mi'at hagidi na li hayesh beit avich makom lanu lalin. Okay, so and he said, Vayomer, bat mi'at, whose daughter are you? Right. So the pronoun is being used as the present tense of the verb to be. Hagidi. This is the command form of the he fill, the causative of to reach or to tell. Right. Magid. Right. Like the Haggadah, the Passover Haggadah. Right. Um, to tell or to give over. Right. Hagidi na, tell me. Well, Hagidi na li, please. So the na is, I usually translate as please. So please do tell me, li. Ha yesh, again, the hey is being used to turn it into a question. Yesh means there is. Ha yesh, literally to exist, right? Ha yesh. Beit avicha, avich, sorry. Um, the house of your father, makom lanu. I would have expected a preposition in here somewhere. I mean, they're saying in the house. It's not actually there. Hayesh beit avich makom lanu lalin. So more kind of, he's saying, is your father's house a place for us to um lalin, to sleep, to lie down, um loon, to lodge, pass the night, abide, right? Yeah, and so a hotel in modern Hebrew is a beit malon, right? And if you wanted to read this in a mystical manner, it would be really easy to do. Hayesh beit avich makom lanu lalin. Yeah, I mean, honestly, um, I'm dying to read one of the Hasidic explanations of, or the Or Chaim. Yeah, this chapter in the Or Chaim must be spectacular, I'm guessing. Okay, verse 24. So she said to him, I am the daughter of Betuel, Milcah's son, whom she bore to Nahor. She answered him, I am the daughter of Betuel, the son that Milcah bore to Nahor. And she said to him, uh, I am the daughter of Betuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor. Vatomer, and she said, a love to him with the aleph. Bat Betuel Anochi, I am the daughter. So Anochi, the pronoun is being used as a stand-in for the verb to be, right? And she's using the more formal one. The daughter of Betuel, Anochi, Ben Milcah, the son of Milcah, Asher Yalda leNahor, which she bore to Nahor. Yeah, 25. Um, Moreover, she said to him, we have both straw and feed enough and room to lodge. Um, and she said, we have plenty of straw and fodder, and as well as room for you to spend the night. And she said to him, both straw and fodder are plentiful with us. There is a place to lodge. Vatomer alav gam teven gam mispo Rav Imanu Gam Makom Lalun. So, Vatomer Alav, and she said to him with the Aleph, Gam Tevin, also Tevin, straw, yeah, I guess straw, Tevin. Um, Gam Mispo. Now, this word Mispo, I did not know. Fodder shows up 5 times in the Bible, and it's always Bemilui, apparently. Yeah, Rashi talks about it. What does he say about Mispo? Kol ma'achal hagamalim karui mispo kagon teven v'sori. So anything a camel would eat is called a mispo, such as straw or barley. Okay. Rav, also much mispo, a lot of feed, I guess. Imanu, we have is with us, right? Imanu. Gam makom lalun, also place to lodge, to sleep over, to yeah, lalun. Uh, then the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord. Um, and the man kneeled and prostrated himself to the Lord. Vayikod ha'ish vayishtachu lahavaya. Okay, so kod, kod is a forehead. So vayikod, I would probably say kowtow even. Kadad, to bow down. Yeah, to bow low. Um, meaning dubious, late Hebrew. Kod, to shrivel up, contract, stoop, bow down the head. Uh, yeah, I guess it is late Hebrew that kod um, becomes forehead. But actually, apparently, it's used a lot with um, hishtachava, and hishtachava is one of those weird words which we've discussed many times. Um, yeah. So, but apparently, it's used pretty much. Looks like every time it's used. Well, not in Samuel, um, and not in Kings. At least not that I see. No, it is also used with hishtachava there. So, um, yeah. Second Chronicles, Vayikod, Apayim Arza, Lehishtachavot. Yeah, so Second Chronicles 2018, if you want to see something where they're Yikod, right, to bow your head, and um, Apayim Arza with a head down, Vayishvalim Nafalu, and they fell down, Lehishtachavot Lavaya. Okay, so Veikod Hayish, and the man bowed down his head, I guess, okay. Veishtachu, right, and he worshipped or bowed, whatever, however you want to translate Veishtachu. And this is a highly irregular verb that, yeah. La Havaya, to the tetragrammaton. Okay, 27. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his mercy and his truth toward my master. As for me, being on the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. Saying, Praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives. Um, And he said, Blessed is the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his loving kindness and his truth to my master. As for me, the Lord led me on the road to the house of my master's kinsman. Um, and there's a Rashi there on Bedera. Uh, oh, so so he's saying it's Bederech with a um, the vocalization the way. Vayomer, and he said, Baruch Havaya Elokei Adoni, right? Blessed is Havaya, right? The God of my master, Avraham, Asher Lo Azav, who has not. I usually use abandon for Azav, right? To leave alone is also right when you want to tell your kids to leave each other alone. Tazovoto, leave them alone. Chasdo, his loving kindness. Va'amito, and his truth. Um, I guess you could translate it as faith, but emet is truth. Me'im um, Adoni, from being with, toward, my master. Anochi baderech. So again, I and um, the verb to be is kind of assumed. Baderech, in the on the way, right, with the article, and that's what Rashi was explaining. Is there the articles there? Nachani, right? Okay, so this is lanuach, right? To rest. Um, like the name Noah. Um, Nahani. Um, yeah, I mean, led me, caused me to go. Havaya, Beit Achei Adoni, to the house of the brothers. It's in plural. The brothers of my master. Okay, 28. Uh, so the young woman ran and told her mother's household these things. Um, the young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. And the maiden ran and she told her mother's house what had happened. Um, wow, that's an interesting Rashi. We'll read it. Okay. Vatarot hana'ara. Um, again, na'ara is written without a hey. Vataged lebeit ima ka devarim ha'ele. So vatarat, and she ran. Hana'ara, the woman, even though it's written without an hey. Vataged, and she she told, right? Lebeit ima, to the house of her mother. Kadavarim, like these things. Ha'ele? Um, like these things. I'm a little interested in the fact that there's a prepositional chaf there, like these things. Kadavarim ha'ele. Um, Rashi says, interestingly, her mother's house. It was customary for women to have a house in which to stay to do their work, and a daughter confides only in her mother. And isn't that the truth? And that's apparently from Genesis Rabbah. Okay, I'm going. Now Rebecca had a brother whose name was Lavan, and Lavan ran out to the man by the well. And Laban is quite a person in the Bible. Okay. Now Rebecca had a brother named Lavan, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. Now Rebecca had a brother whose name was Lavan, and Lavan ran to the man outside to the fountain. Vatar Ulerivka ach ushmo Lavan, veyarotz Lavan el ha'ish hachutza el ha'ayin. So, and to Rivka, Ulerivka, ach, so she had a brother, right? Ushmo, and his name, Lavan, right? So the two B's here are kind of are given, right? Lavan doesn't mean white. I think Rashi will explain that it was because he smiled so much. Vayarotz, and he ran, Lavan, El Ha'ish, to the man with the olive, Hachutza, outside, El Ha'ayin, to the well, Ha'ayin, literally eye, right? Does Rashi say, Lavan? Why did he run, and for what did he run? And now it came to pass, when he saw the nose ring, he said, "This person is rich," and he set his eyes on the money. Lavan is not considered a good person in Jewish explications. There's nothing like on that nothing on that verse in Or HaChaim. I am very surprised. Well, okay, you have to understand that the Or HaChaim usually doesn't do individual verses. He does long explanations on chapters. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a very long Or HaChaim, and it's like not on a particular verse. So I would check the Or HaChaim on chapter 24 personally. If somebody reminds me, I will do that. There must be a good. I mean, if it's not the Or HaChaim, probably the Sfat Emet or somebody. Okay. Where were we? 30. So it came to pass, when he saw the nose ring and the bracelet on his sister's wrists, and when he heard the words of his sister Rebekah, saying, "Thus this man spoke to me," that he went to the man, and there he stood by the camels at the well. As soon as he had seen the nose ring, and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and had heard Rebekah tell what the man said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. And it came to pass, when he saw the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of his sister Rebekah, saying, "So did the man speak to me," that he came to the man, and behold, he was standing over the camels at the fountain. Vayehi kirot et hanezem ve'et hatzmidim al yedei achoto, ucheshom'o et divrei Rivka achoto, le'emor ko diber elai ha'ish, vayavo el ha'ish, vehine omed al hagemalim al ha'ayin. Okay. So veyehi kirot, and it was when he saw, right? Kirot, when he saw. The chaf here is kind of being temporal, right? And lirot is the infinitive of to see. Et hanezem, the nose ring, ve'et hatzmidim, and the bracelets, al, with the ayin, yedei achoto, the hands of his sister, ucheshom'o, and when he heard, right, et divrei Rivka, the words of Rivka, achoto, his sister, le'emor, saying, ko diber, thus, or in this way, diber, spoke, Eli ha'ish, the man to me, right? Preposition with Aleph again. Vayavo, and he went, El ha'ish, to the man, vehine, And behold, Omed al Hagemalim, he was standing on over the camels, right? It's the preposition of the ayin. Al ha'ayin. Um, Again, preposition of the ayin, the eye or the well. Um, and Rashi says he was guarding the camels. Okay, verse 31. And he said, "Come in, O blessed of the Lord. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." Um, Come, you who are blessed by the Lord, he said. Why are you standing out there? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels. Um, and he said, "Come, you who are blessed of the Lord, why should you stand outside when I have cleared the house and a place for the camels?" Um, Vayomer, Bo Baruch Havaya, Lama ta'amod bachutz, va'anochi piniti habayit, umakom lagemalim. Vayomer, so he said, Bo, it's the command form. There's a vav there, which is kind of strange. Um, Beruch Havaya. So this is in the construct form, Beruch Havaya, right? The blessed of God. Um, yeah, blessed of God. Um, and I almost feel like I would have capitalized the blessed here. Um, Lama ta'amod, why do you stand bahutz outside, right? In the outside, literally. Um, um, right. Ve'anochi, and I, piniti. So pone here means to empty out. Um, Prepared, okay. So pone can also mean corner or facet or to look towards, right? To turn. Um, can also be related to freedom, right? Um, Rashi actually says piniti is I I got rid of all my idols, right? I would probably translate this as empty myself. Habayit, the house, umakom legamalim, and a place for the camels. 32. Um, then the man came to the house, and he unloaded the camels and provided straw and feed for the camels, and water to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. So the man came to the house and unmuzzled the camels, and he gave straw and fodder to the camels, and water to wash his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. Vayavo ha'ish habaita, vayiftach hagamalim, vayiten teven umispo lagamalim, umayim lirchotz raglav, veragle ha'anashim asher ito. Okay, so vayavo, and he came, this time without a vav. Ha'ish, the man. Habaita, so again, like we said before, right? The hey at the end is the directional hey towards the house, to the house, right? Vayiftach hagamalim, and he opened, literally, right? Pe taf het is to open. Now, Rashi means he opened their mouths and unmuzzled them. They're saying he opened as in unloaded. However you want to do that. Um, he, I would probably even translate this as released. Um, the camels, vayiten teven mispo. So he gave, provided, set, right? Teven umispo, straw and feed. We just had la gamalim, to the camels. There is an article in the vocalization there. Umayim lirchotz raglav, and water to wash, lirchotz, right? To wash raglav, his feet, veraglei ha'anashim, and the feet of the men, asher ito, who were with him. And the way you know that this is with him, as opposed to the direct object marker, is it's ito, not oto. Okay? Just making sure anybody's. Okay. Next verse 33. Food was set before him to eat, and he said, I will not eat until I have told you, I have told about my errand. And he said, speak on. Um, then food was set before him, but he said, I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say. Then let us, Laban said. Um, and food was set before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have spoken my words. And he said, speak. Okay. Vayusam, it is actually written a little bit differently than how it's read. Vayusam lefanav le'echol. Vayomer lo ana ochal ad im dibarti devarai. Vayomer daber. Okay. So Vayusam, again, this is the whole file thing, right? Was placed before him, right? Lefanav le'echol. So lasum is to place, right? To set, to put. Vayusam, and was put, right? Lefanav, before him, le'echol, to eat. So obviously food was set before him to eat, but just it says it was just set, right? Vayomer lo ana ochal, and he said, I am not going to eat, I will not eat. Ad im dibarti, so until, but ad means until, im means if, or it's conditional, right? Dibarti devarai, right? And again, this is the more intensive way of speaking, and they're translating as my errand. Until I have said my piece might be a better way, or I've said my words. Um, we have, the emphasis in the doubling over in Hebrew. Vayomer daber, and he said, which obviously we're talking Lavan must have responded, and he said Vayomer daber, and this is the command form of to speak, daber. Okay, 34. So he said, I am Abraham's servant. So he said, I am Abraham's servant. I don't know why this chapter is so weirdly, uh, the verses and verse numberings, and frankly, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just split it into two chapters, but they didn't. Okay. And he said, I am Abraham's servant. Vayomer Eved Abraham Anochi. And he said, I am Abraham's slave, servant, right? So Eved means servant or slave. Abraham. So it's in the construct form with Abraham. So Abraham, servant or slave. I am Abraham. And Anochi, so the pronoun is being used as the present tense of the verb to be. Okay. Yeah, 35. Okay. The Lord has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great, and he has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. And the Lord blessed my master exceedingly, and he became great. And he gave him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, manservants and maidservants, camels and donkeys. Vahavaya berach et Adoni meod, vayigdal vayiten lo son uvakar, v'chesev v'zahav, v'avadim ushpachot, ugemalim v'chamorim. Okay. So, and God, right, the Lord, Havaya, Berach, blessed, right, et Adoni, my master, me'od, greatly, very much, yeah. Vayigdal. So, and he became great. Yeah, I mean, not sure how else you would translate that. Vayigdal. So, literally, I guess it would be he grew, right? Um, Gidul banim is to raise children. Um, Vayiten lo, and he gave to him, Vayiten lo. Son uvakar. So son usually we would say are smaller domesticated animals, and bakar are larger domesticated animals. So son would be goats and sheep, and bakar would be, larger things like cows and larger cows. Vechesev vezahav, and silver and gold. Ve'avadim ushfachot. So Eved is slaves, male slaves. Shfachot, shifcha, is a female slave, right? Like the verse Ani avdecha ben amatecha. Oh no, well shifcha is an Eved Kanani. Um there's somebody on Twitch watching whose name is Judge Judy Slayer, which is hilarious. Um, okay. Um, Va'avadim ushvachot. So a shifcha is is so an ama is a Jewish female slave. Shifcha is a non-Jewish female slave, I believe. Ugmalim v'chamorim, and camels and donkeys. Yeah, pretty simple stuff. 36. Um, and Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him he has given all that he has. My master's wife, Sarah, has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And Sarah, my master's wife, bore a son to my master after she had become old, and he gave him all that he possesses. Vateled Sarah eshet Adoni ben la Adoni acharei ziknata vayiten lo et kol asher lo. So Vateled gave birth to, bore, right? Sarah, her name. Eshet Adoni. So Isha is wife or female. It's in the construct form with my master, so the wife of my master. Ben la Adoni, a son for my master. Acharei ziknata. So after she was old, zikna, right, is old age. Ziknata is her old age. So after her old age, um, vayiten lo, and he gave to him et kol, everything, asher lo, which is his. 37. Now my master made me swear, saying, "You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I dwell." And my master made me swear an oath and said, "You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I live." And my master adjured me, saying, "You shall not take a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I dwell." Vayashbi'eni Adoni לאמור לא תיקח אישה לבני מבנות הקנעני אשר אנוכי יושב בארצו. Vayashbi'eni caused me to swear. Usually the yud is there in the hefil, but here it's not. So yeah. Caused me to swear, Adoni, my master, Lamor, saying, Lo tikach isha, you shouldn't take a wife, a livni for my son, mibinot hakenani, from the daughters of the Canaanites, asher anochi yoshev ba'artzo, which I am dwelling in their lands. Same words we had above. I don't want to spend too much time on them. 38. But you shall go to my father's house and to my family and take a wife for my son. But go to my father's family and to my own clan and get a wife for my son. Instead, you must go to my father's house and to my family and take a wife for my son. Im lo el beit avi vetelech ve'el mishpachti lakachta, sorry, isha livni. So, im lo, so im means if, but here obviously it's saying rather. That's what it means. Yeah, im lo here really means rather. That's how I would translate it. Yeah. El Beit Avi, to the house of my father, with the Aleph. Telech, you shall go. The El Mishpachti. And they decided to translate the word mishpacha, which is how we usually say family in Hebrew, as clan, because earlier when we said moladeti, they were saying my family, whereas I would have said land of my birth or birth land or whatever. Yeah. Velakachta isha levini, and you shall take a thing for my son. And I said to my master, perhaps the woman will not follow me. Then I asked my master, what if the woman will not come back with me? And I said to my master, perhaps the woman will not follow me. Not really sure why Rashi's spending so much time on Eli, but Vayomer el Adoni, Ulai. Oh, that's maybe why. Lo telech ha'isha aharai. And I said, right, Vaomer, it's a bit strange because here you have the double aleph. Because in the imperfect, the first person is like Eshmor, right? Egdol, right? But when it's aleph, adaber, right? It's Omar because there would be a double aleph there. El Adoni, to with the aleph, my master. Ulai, perhaps, maybe, and we'll read the Rashis. Lo telech ha'isha acharai. The woman will not walk behind me, go after me. The word ulai, perhaps, is written without a vav. Okay, it's written with a shuruk, ulai. I guess it's usually with a vav. What is going on here? Sorry, just got a little message. I wanted to make sure. not sure. Okay. Um, Eliezer had a daughter, and he was looking for a pretext so that Abraham would tell him to turn to him to marry off his daughter to Isaac. Um, Abraham said to him, "My son is blessed, and you are cursed." Eliezer was a descendant of the Canaanites, of Canaan, who had been cursed by Noah, and an accursed one cannot unite with a blessed one. I have no idea where he gets that ulai, but that's where he does. Um, yeah, I'm not sure where he got all of that from that ulai. Um, but I guess ulai is pretty much always yeah. So there, it looks like it's written bechisaron where it really isn't anywhere else. It's used 45 times in the Bible, um, and yeah, it looks like this is the only place where it's without a vav, and so he's darshaning that. Okay. Um, Other than that, all the rest of the words are pretty normal. Okay, 40. But he said to me, "The Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with you and prosper, make your way successful, your way, and you shall take a wife for my son from my family and from my father's house." Uh, he replied, "The Lord, before whom I have walked faithfully, will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family." And he said to me, "The Lord, before whom I walked, will send his angel with you and make you your way prosper, and you shall take a wife for my son from my family and from my father's house." Vayomer Elai Havaya Asher Hithalachti Lefanav Yishlach Melacho Itach. Interesting. Vehitzliach Darkecha Velakachta Isha Livni Mimishpachti Umi Beit Avi. Okay, so Vayomer Elai, so he said to me, uh, Havaya, the Tetragrammaton, Asher Hithalachti. So this is the Hitpael, the reflexive form of halach, to walk, right? Um, and it's also used in the garden when God walks with Adam, I believe, or was it with Adam and Eve? I don't remember. Um, Lefanav, in front of him or before him, right? Yishlach melacho, he will send his angel, Itach, with you. And I mean, why the Itcha turns into Itach? The simple explanation is that it's because of the tropes, but I mean, it is turning from to you in the masculine to you in the feminine, and people do darshan that. Vehitzliach darkecha, right? So again, this is the word hatzlacha, which the Kabbalists use a lot. Vehitzliach darkecha, and he shall cause to be successful, to be prosperous, your way. Velakachta isha levini, and you shall take a wife for my son, mi mishpachti, from my family, mi beit avi, and from the house of my father. Okay. I am trying to go a little quickly so we're not here forever. This is a very long chapter. You will be clear from this oath when you arrive among my family, for if they will not give her to you, then you will be released from my oath. You will be released from my oath if, when you go to my clan, they refuse to give her to you, then you will be released from my oath. You will be absolved from my oath when you come to my family, and if they do not give her to you, you will be absolved from my oath. Az tinake me'alati ki tavo el mishpachti ve'im lo yitnu lach, again lach, ve'haita naki me'alati. Interesting. So this word for oath, Allah, is not so common. How many times is it used? It's used 36 times, and many times to mean curse. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Anyway, az tinake, therefore you will be clean or cleared, right? Me'alati, from my oath or my curse. I might just translate this as curse, just so that it it doesn't. It's not shvua, so it's different. Ki tavo el mishpachti, when you get to my family, right? And tavo is with a vav there. Preposition with the aleph, mishpachti. Ve'im lo yitnu lach, and if they do not give to you, and this lach is, again, could be because of the trope, but again, it's in the feminine, and they do not give to you. V'haita naki me'alati, and you will be released or clean from my oath or curse. Yeah. 42. Okay. And this day I came to the well and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if you will now prosper the way in which I go. When I came to the spring today, I said, Lord God of my master Abraham, if you will please grant success to the journey on which I have come. So I came today to the fountain and I said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if you desire to prosper my way upon which I am going, and there's a long Rashi, which I'm not going to read. Va'avo hayom el ha'ayin va'omar Havaya Elokei Adoni Abraham im yeshcha na matzliach darki. Interesting. Asher anochi holech aleha. Okay. So va'avo, and I would come, hayom, today, this day, el ha'ayin, preposition with aleph, ayin, the well or the eye, va'omer, and I would say, havaya, or I did say, right? The Tetragrammaton, Elokei Adoni, the God of my master, Avraham, im yeshchana matz, im yeshchana. Interesting. How do you translate that? Im is if, yeshcha, there is for you. It exists in you, for you. Na, only now, please. I usually translate it as please. Matzliach darki, right? So this is the causative. It's in the present tense, right? Matzliach darki, cause my way to prosper. Yeah. Asher anochi holech aleha, which I go upon it. And again, keeps on using the form anochi for I. Okay, 43. Behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when the virgin comes out to draw water, and I say to her, please give me a little water from your pitcher to drink. See, I am standing beside the spring. If a young woman comes out to draw water, and I say to her, please let me drink a little water from your jar. Okay. So, behold, no thank you. Behold, I am standing by the water fountain. When a maiden comes out to draw water, I will say to her, please give me a little water to drink. Um, from your pitcher. Okay. Hine anochi nitzav al ayin hamayim v'haya ha'alma hayotzet lish'ov ve'amarti eleha hashkini na ma'at mayim mikadech. Okay. So, we very similar to what we had before. Hine anochi nitzav, right? Behold, I am standing al ha'ayin hamayim, al ein hamayim, on the wet over the well of water, or the eye of the water. V'haya ha'alma. So now this is the word alma, which means young woman, which Christians like to insist means virgin. It doesn't. Hayotzet lishov. It's in the present tense. Yotzet, right? Who is coming out, right? Hayotzet lishov, to draw out. Water is implied. Ve'amarti aleha hashkini, and I tell her, give me to drink. Hashkini, it's in the hefil, causative of to water, give drink, right? Na, please. Ma'at mayim mikedech, a little water from your jar. 44. And she says to me, drink, and I will draw to your for your camels also. Let her be the woman whom the Lord has appointed for my master's son. And if she says to me, drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too, let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son. And if she says to me, you too may drink. Did I skip one? Behold, I am standing by the water fountain. When a maiden comes out to draw water, I will say to her, please give me a little water to drink from your pitcher. Did I? Yeah, I already said that. Sorry, it's being a long night. And if she will say to me, you too may drink, and I will also draw water for your camels. She is the woman with whom the Lord has designated for my master's son. Va'amra elai gam ata shte vegam ligmalecha eshav hi ha'isha asher hochiach havaya leven adoni. Same words as we've had before, pretty much the exact same, but va'amra, and she says, alai to me, gam ata, also you, v'gam legamalech, shte, also you drink, it's in command form, and also for your camels, eshav, I will draw. He, this is the woman, right? And you'll notice that oftentimes in the Torah, at least, he is written with a vav, right? Meaning she. But Ha'isha, she is the woman, asher hochiach, like we said before, designate maybe or appoint, right? It's, yeah. So it's, I'm a little surprised that the yud there. Well, no, it's in the hefil. Caused to be designated. Havaya leven Adoni, God to the son of my master. 45. But before I have finished speaking in my heart, there was Rebecca coming out with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the well, and I drew water, and I said to her, please let me drink. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebecca came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, and I said to her, please give me a drink. I had not yet finished speaking thus in my heart, and behold, Rebecca came out with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the fountain and drew water, and I said to her, please give me a drink. Okay. אני טרם אכלה לדבר אל ליבי, והנה רבקה יוצאת וחדה על שכמה, ותרד העינה, ותשאב, ואומר, אליה השכיני נא. So, אני טרם אכלה. So, terem means before. Yeah. So before I finished, right? Achale. I mean it's in the imperfect, but that makes sense, right? Because he wasn't finished. Before I finished. Ledaber el libi. So literally this means speaking to my heart, right? Preposition with the aleph. Libi is my heart. So heart can be written with one bet or two bets. We usually say with one bet, it means with a united heart with a single intention, whereas levav is more of a divided, right? Both with your good and bad intentions, both a little bit more ambiguity. Vehine Rivka yotzet, and behold, Rivka was coming out, right? It's in the present tense, yotzet. V'chada al shichma, and her jar or vessel was on her shoulder. V'tered ha'aina, so, and she went down to the well, right? Ha'aina, right? Ayin is really, I mean, the eye, but the well. V'tishav, and she drew out water, ostensibly. V'omer, Omar, and I said, Eleha, to her, Hashkini na, right? Please give me to drink. Hashkini na. It's the hefil, it's the causative of to give drink. Hashkini na. Okay, 46. And she made haste and let her pitcher down from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give your camels a drink also. So I drank, and she gave the camels a drink also. She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, drink, and I'll water your camels too. So I drank, and she watered the camels too. And she hastened and lowered her pitcher from upon her, and she said, drink, and I will also water your camels. So I drank, and she also watered the camels. ותמהר ותורד חדה מעליך ותאמר שתה וגם גמליך אשקה ואשת וגם הגמלים השקעת. Okay, same, we've had all these words before. Temaher, right, to make haste, right, to be quick. Mahar. Vatored, right, and cause to come down. Kada, her jar. Me'aleha, from upon her, right. Me'aleha, from her shoulder, from upon her. Vatomer shte, and she said, this is the command form, drink. Vegam gamalecha ashke, and I will also give water your camels. Ve'esht, and I drank, right? Ve'esht. Vegam hagemalim hishkata, and she also gave them to drink. Okay, 47. Then I asked her and said, whose daughter are you? And she said, the daughter of Betuel, and Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. So I put the nose ring on her nose and the bracelets on her wrists. I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" She said, "The daughter of Betuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him." Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms. And I asked her, and I said, "Whose daughter are you?" And she replied, "The daughter of Betuel, the son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him." And I placed the nose ring on her nose and the bracelets on her hands. Ve'esh'al ota va'omar, bat mi'at va'tomar, tomer, bat Betuel ben Nahor, asher yalda lo Milcah, va'asim hanezem al apa, v'hatzmidim al yadeha. So I guess this is how you know it's definitely a nose ring and not earrings. So va'esh'al, right? Shoel shin aleph lamed is to ask, right? Va'esh'al, and I asked Ota va'omer, and I said, "Bat miat, whose daughter are you?" Va'tomer bat Betuel, right? She says, son, the daughter of Betuel, son of Nahor, which um, Milcah had given birth to. Va'asim hanezem, and I put, I set, right, um, the nezem, the ring, al apa, so preposition with the ayin, on her nose. Af is a nose, right? Al apa, on her nose. Vatzmidim al yadeha, and the bracelets on her hands. Could also be arms. Okay, 48. And I bowed my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, who had led me in the way of truth to take the daughter of my master's brother for his son. Um, and I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the road, right road, to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Uh, and I kneeled and prostrated myself to the Lord, and I blessed the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who led me on the true path to take the daughter of my master's brother for his son. Ve'ekod ve'eshtachave lahavaya ve'avarech et havaya Elokei Adoni Abraham asher hinchani bederech emet lakachat et bat achi Adoni livno. We've had all these words in basically the same way before, right? Ekod, like we said, to bow your head, which it's with hishtachava, right? To bow down or worship. Lahavaya, to the tetragrammaton. Ba'avarech, and I blessed, right? Et havaya Elokei Adoni. Right, the tetragrammaton, the God of my master Abraham. Asher hinchani, right, and this is like we had lanuach before. I'm not sure last time it was in the hefil or not. Here it is in the hefil. It's in the causative, right? Caused me to rest the derech. I guess led me in the derech. Yeah. The derech emet. So it's in the construct form, derech and emet, right? The way of truth, the derech emet. Lakachat, to take, right? This is the infinitive. Et bat achi Adoni livno, to take the daughter, granddaughter of the brother of my master as his, for his son. 49. Now, if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn. And now, if you will do loving kindness and truth with my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, and I will turn to the right or to the left. Um, yeah, and Rashi, to the right is Ishmael, to the left is the daughters of Lot. Okay. Va'ata, so et means moment or time. Ata means this time, right now, right? Va'ata. Im yeshchem osim. Again, strange language, and the mystics go to town on these. Yeshchem osim, if it is for you, if it there exists for you osim, it's in the present tense, to do, right? Dealing with, I guess. Osim chesed va'emet. Um, Loving kindness and truth. Et Adoni. This here, the preposition et is the preposition with. It's not the direct object marker. Well, yeah. Et Adoni. Yeah, yeah, this is not the direct object marker, it's the preposition. Adoni, my master. Hagidu, so tell, right? Get magid, we had before. Li, to me. Ve'im lo higidu li, and if hagidu li, and if not, also tell me, right? Ve'efne, and I will turn, right? Poneh, we said it means to empty, but it also means to turn or to face or corner, right? Poneh. Al yamin, preposition to ayin, towards the right. Al yamin. Oh, al small, or towards the left. Um, okay, 50. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing comes from the Lord. We cannot speak to you either bad or good. Laban and Bethuel answered, this is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other. And Lavan and Bethuel answered and said, the matter has emanated from the Lord. We cannot speak to you either bad or good. Okay. Vaya'an Lavan uBethuel vayomru mehavaya yatsa hadavar lo nuchal daber elecha ra otov. Vaya'an and answered, right? La'anot is to answer. Lavan and Bethuel. Vayomru, and they said, mehavaya yatsa hadavar. So this thing came out of the Lord. Yatsa, right? Hadavar. This thing came from God, from the Tetragrammaton. Lo nuchal, we cannot, and nuchal, this is yechol, to be able to. First person collective plural. Yeah, yachal, yeah, to be able to. It's used quite a bit. Yeah, 192 times. Daber elecha, to say to you, ra o tov, evil or good, right? Exactly like the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? Tov v'ra. This is ra o tov. Okay, 51. Here is Rebecca before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as the Lord has spoken. Here is Rebecca. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed. Behold, Rebecca is before you. Take her and go, and let her be a wife for your master's son, as the Lord has spoken. Hine Rivka lefanecha, kach valech, utihi isha leven adonecha, ka'asher diber havaya. Okay, so hine, behold, Rivka. When you say hine something, like it says, Hine Haseh, right? There, behold, there was the um, the lamb, right? So Hine Rivka, behold Rivka, right? Here is Rivka. Um, Lefanecha, before you. Kach, this is in the command form as is lech, right? Take and go. Kach velech. Utihi, and she shall be, Isha leven adonecha, a wife to the son of your masters. It's in the plural. Ka'asher diber havaya, like God spoke. 52. And it came to pass when Abraham's servant heard their words, that he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. Um, when Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Now it came to pass when Abraham's servant heard their words that he prostrated himself on the ground to the Lord. Vayehi ka'asher shama Eved Abraham et divrehem veyishtachu arza lahavaya. Uh, so, and it was when Ka'asher, when it was, right? Shama, right? This is to hear, Shama, right? Shama. Um, Eved Abraham, construct, servant or slave of Abraham, et divrehem, their words, divrehem, veyishtachu, and he, um, and he bowed, right? And again, shtachava is very irregular. Um, and this is the third person masculine singular form of it. Artsa, so the hey at the end is the directional hey, towards the ground. La Havaya, to God, right? So he bowed to the ground to God, right? Or towards the ground to God. Yeah. Um, okay, 53. Then the servant brought out jewelry of silver, jewelry of gold, and clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave precious things to her brother and to her mother. Um, the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Okay. And the servant took out silver articles and golden articles and garments, and he gave them to Rebekah, and he gave delicacies to her brother and to her mother. So magdanot, migdanot, sorry, an expression of sweet fruits, megadim, where he had brought various kinds of fruit from the land of Israel. Okay, vayotze ha'eved klei chesev uchlei zahav uvagadim vayiten lerivka umigdanot natan la'acheha ve'le'ima la'achiha, sorry, ule'ima. Vayotze, so he caused to come out, right? Ha'eved, the servant or slave. Klei chesef, so so a kli is a utensil, right? It's anything that's useful. So klei kesef, so things of silver, I would say. Uchlei zahav, and vessels or utensils of zahav. U begadim, and so a beged is clothing, cloth. U begadim, and clothes. Vayiten le Rivka, and he gave them to Rivka. U migdanot, so migdana, a choice or excellent thing, same as meged. excellence. Mimeged Shemayim. Okay. Tevuot Shemesh. So Deuteronomy 33:14. You might want to look at. Megadim Kefarim. Yeah, in Song of Songs, 4:13, 4:16, 7:13. Yeah, I mean, certainly in modern Hebrew, I think it's like sweets and candies. Um, yeah, Migdanot, and there's no vav. Natan he gave le'achiha to her brother, u le'ima, and to her mother. Okay, 54. And he and the men who were with him ate and drank and stayed all night. Then they arose in the morning and said, "Send me away to my master." And he said, "Send me away to my master." Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, "Send me on my way to my master." And they ate and drank, and he and the men who were with him, and they lodged, and they arose in the morning, and he said, "Send me away to my master." Vayochlu v'yishtu hu v'ha'anashim asher imo, vayalinu vayakumu baboker, vayomer shalchuni la'adoni. I'm wondering what Rashi says lalun. Kol lina shenikra lina laila echad. So he says anytime that it's just laloon, right? This particular word, it's only a night, one night of sleeping. It's not a long stay. Okay. So vayachlu vayishtu, they ate and they drank. Hu v'hanishim asher imo, which is a little strange way of putting it. Him and the people who were with him. Vayalinu, and they slept or they spent the night, right? It's lalun, which we've had several times here. Vayakumu, and they got up, right? They stood up. Boker, in the morning, right? There is an article there. Vayomer, and he said, Shalchuni, so this is the command form. All y'all send me, right? Or send me away. Shalchuni, send. We talked about Shalach before. La Adoni, to my master. 55. But her brother and her mother said, "Let the young woman stay with us a few days, at least 10. After that, she may go." But her brother and her mother replied, "Let the young woman remain with us 10 days or so, then you may go, or she." Okay. And her brother and her mother said, "Let the maiden stay with us a year or 10 months. Afterwards, she will go." We'll have to take a look at at the Rashis here. Vayomer achiha ve'ima teshev hana'ara itanu yamim o asor achar telech. Okay, so we'll read it and then we'll go see why Rashi has his way of saying it. So Vayomer, and she said, and said, sorry, Achiha, her brother, Ve'ima, and her mother. There's, I mean, kind of strange that Vayomer, it's the third person masculine singular, and her mother, Teshev, she should stay, right? Yeshiva again. Ha Na'ara, there's no hay there, though, even though it's read with a hay. Itanu, with us. Otanu would be the direct object marker. Itanu. Yamim, days. but Rashi apparently has things to say about that. O Asor, or 10, right? Asor, well, it's not, it's, I think, ordinal 10, right? It's like 10, could even be like 1/10, like a tithe. Asor. Um, from the same as Eser, a decade. Um, the 10th, yeah, 16 times in the Bible, and almost all of them is Ba'asor on the 10th of the month, apparently. Yeah, so, um, Achar Telech, afterwards, you will go or she will go. So, Lalech, Telech, can be, so here, let's do constructor, um, halach, right? And you will see that you will go in the masculine, right? Tahaloch also is the same as the third person feminine, and that's why it's not clear which one it is. So the masculine second person is the same as the feminine third person in the imperfect, just in case you were confused. Um, yeah. So, um, mm, yeah. I mean, I won't get too much more into that. Okay. Let's look at the Rashis. And her mother and where was Betuel? He wanted to stop Rebecca's marriage, so an angel came and slew him. That's according to the Midrash. Yamim. Yamim means a year, as in Leviticus 25:29. The time of its redemption shall be 1 full year. Yamim tihye geulato. Yeah, so that's in Leviticus 25:29. For a maiden is granted a period of 12 months to outfit herself with ornaments. And that's from the Talmud Ketubot. Um, it used to be that engagements were usually for a year, or 10, meaning 10 months. For if you say that yamim is to be understood literally as days, it's not customary for people who make requests to request a small thing and to say, if you are unwilling, give us more than that. So again, he gets this from the Talmud, but so he's saying they wouldn't say a few days or 10, right? Because yamim, the normal, I mean, if you're just going to do days, it would be a couple of days, right? 2 days. Like 2 days or 10? No. It's more like a year or less than that, 10 months. If you're not going to do what I really want, you can do the lesser of that. Okay. Um, yeah. So, next verse, 56. Let's see, 67. So, well, we're almost getting there. And he said to them, do not hinder me, delay me, since the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away so that I may go to my master. Um, but he said to them, do not detain me now that the Lord has granted success to my journey. Send me on my way so I may go to my master. But he said to them, do not delay me, since the Lord has made my way prosper. Send me away, and I will go to my master. Vayomer el alehem al ta'achru oti vahavaya hitzliach darki shalchuni ve'elcha la'adoni. So we've had all of these words, except, I mean, Vayomer alehem, he said to them with Aleph, al ta'achru. So al is one way of saying no. Yeah, do not. Ta'achru. So achar means after or late. Um, so cause me to be late, I guess here it is. I mean, it's not in the he fill. Um, yeah, it's the PL is the intensive. Um, yeah. OT me, right? It's the direct object marker. Um, Vahavaya hitzliach darki, and like we explained before, and God caused to be successful, right? Hitzliach darki, my way. Shalchuni caused me to go, right? Send me away. Ve'elcha la adoni, and I will go to my master. Um, okay, 57. So they said, we will call the young woman and ask her personally. Okay. Then they said, let's call the young woman and ask her about it. And they said, let us call the maiden and ask her. Um, and Rashi from the Midrash says this is where we learn that a woman can only be married by her consent. Vayomru nikra lena'ara. Again, the hay is not there. Venish'ala et piha. And so they said, nikra, we will call. This is the imperfect of the first person collective singular. It's not the he fill, right? We will call, nikra. La na'ara, to the woman, to the young girl. Venish'ala, and we shall ask, right? This is the cohortive, not ask her. Et piha, literally her mouth, right? We shall ask her mouth, and I guess that's why they decided her. Personally, I would actually probably say her opinion, but yeah. Okay, 58. Uh, they called Rebecca and said to her, "Will you go with this man?" And she said, "I will go." So they called Rebecca and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" "I will go," she said. And they summoned Rebecca and they said to her, "Will you go with this man?" And she said, "I will go." Um, Vayikru la Rivka, Vayomru Eleha, Hatelchi im Haish Hazeh Vatomer Elech. Pretty simple stuff. Everything's pretty normal. Vayikru, and they called to Rebecca, Vayomru Eleha, and they said to her, right, with the aleph, to her, Hat telchi. Again, the hey at the beginning is used to turn this into a question. Would you go? Im ha'ish, with the man. Hazeh, this man, this particular man. Vatomer, and she said, I will go. Elech. 59. So they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. Uh, so they sent their sister Rebekah on her way, along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. So they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men. Vayishlachu et Rivka achotam ve'et menikta ve'et Eved Avraham ve'et Anashav. Okay, so Vayishalchu, so they sent out, right? Et Rivka, Achotam, so their sister. Um, yeah, there's no Vav in Achot, normal. Um, Ve'et Menikta, and her Menikta, so Menika, Leneket, it's to nurse, literally, like yenek is to nurse, like suckle, right? um yanak, to suck. So a henika is a nurse, literally someone who gives to drink, literally nurse as in suckle, right? So, and her nurse, menikta, her nurse. Ve'et Eved Abraham, and um, Abraham's servant or slave, Ve'et Anashav, and his men. 60. Uh, and they blessed Rebekah and said to her, our sister, may you become the mother of thousands of 10,000s, and may your descendants possess the gates of those who hate them. Um, and they blessed Rebekah and said to her, our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the cities of their enemies. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, our sister, may you become thousands of myriads, and may your seed inherit the cities of their enemies. Yeah, not going to do the Rashi. Ve'yivarchu et Rivka, ve'yomru la achotenu at heye hayi alfei revava ve'yirash zarech et sha'ar son'av. So ve'yivarchu, and they blessed et Rivka, or Rebecca, ve'yomru la, and they said to her, achotenu, our sister, at, so female you, hayi, right? May it be, right? May you become, right? You should be. Alfei revava. So, elef is 1,000, right? It's usually translated as 1,000. Can also mean strong, right? God is actually called Alufo Shalom. But thousand, right? To thousands. It's in the construct. Alafim is thousands, and it's in a construct form with revava, which usually is translated as myriads or tens of thousands. So la alfei revava, right? And I mean, obviously, this is very poetic language. Vayirash, and shall inherit, possess, right? Zarech, your seed, literally, et sha'ar sonav, the gate, not gates, the gate of those that hate him. Yeah, interesting. Okay, 61. Then Rebekah and her maids arose, and they rode on the camels and followed the man. So the servant took Rebekah and departed. Then Rebekah and her attendants got ready and mounted the camels and went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. And Rebekah and her maidens arose and rode to the camels, and they followed the man, and the servant took Rebekah and left. Vatakom Rivka ve'naroteha, interesting, vetirkavna al hagemalim, vatelachna acharei ha'ish, ve'yikach ha'eved et Rivka ve'yelech. So what you're seeing here, a lot of the nas is the so in biblical Hebrew, the imperfect has all of these nas here, which in modern Hebrew isn't really used, and that's why there are those asterisks there. So when you're talking about feminine imperfect, you're gonna see that, and that's what's going on there. So vakatakom, and so Rivka rose up, and her young women, na'arot, right? Na'ar is young man, na'ara is young woman, na'arim is young men, and na'arot is young women. Vetirkavna, so rechev means to ride, right? Merkava is a chariot. Um, and Also, to graft things on is called laharkiv. Al hagamalim, on the camels, v'talachna acharei ha'ish, and they went after the man. Ve'yikach ha'eved et Rivka, and the servant or slave took Rivka and went. Ve'yelech. 62. Now Isaac came from the way of Ber Lahai Roi, um, for he dwelt in the south. Now Isaac had come from Ber Lahai Roi, for he was living in the Negev. Now Isaac was on his way from coming from Be'er Lahai Roi, and he dwelt in the land of the south. Um, Vayitzchak ba mibo, interesting. Be'er Lahai Roi, vahu yoshev be'eretz hanegev. Okay, so Vayitzchak and Isaac. Ba mibo. So he came from going. Ba mibo. Yeah, came from going. Yeah, interesting. Um, Be'er, it means a well, like Beersheba, right? Pretty sure Beersheba. Yeah. Lahai Roi. Interesting. I mean, I kind of want to not. I kind of want to translate this, and I kind of want to leave it. So I think I'm going to leave it. Let's read the Rashi's. Ber Lahai Roi, where he had gone to bring Hagar to Abraham his father, that he should marry her. Oh, this is regarding Keturah. Um, yeah, not even gonna go there. Genesis Rabbah, if you're interested. The Genesis Rabbah 60:14 apparently talks a lot about all of this stuff. Um, Seems like it might be interesting. Okay, and he dwelt in the land of the south. Yeah, near that well. Vehu Yoshev, and he was dwelling. Right, it's in the present tense. Be'eretz Hanegev, in the land of. So Negev is the desert in the south of Israel, and Negba means in the south because of that, and can also kind of mean um, like desert lands. So, however you want to take Be'eretz Hanegev. Okay, 63. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted his eyes and looked, and there the camels were coming. Um, he went out to the field one evening to meditate. The meaning of the Hebrew for this word is uncertain. And he looked up and he saw camels approaching. And Isaac went forth to pray in the fields towards evening, and he lifted his eyes and saw, and behold, camels were approaching. Vayetze Yitzchak lasuach basadeh lifnot Arev, interesting. Vayisa enav vayar vehine gamalim baim. Okay, so Vayetze went out, Isaac, right? Yitzchak. Lasuach, I usually translate Lasuach to chatter. We've seen it many times being meditate. Um, yeah, however you want to translate sicha. Um, Speak, chatter, meditate, pray even, yeah. Ba sadeh, in the field, right? It does have the article in the cancellations. Lifnot arev. So Vehina is turn, corner, lifnot, to turn towards. As it was becoming evening, I I would probably translate this in the afternoon. Um, lifnot arev. Yeah. Vayisa enav, and he raised his eyes. Right, he lifted up his eyes, which is a common saying, right? Um, Vayar, and he looked. Vehine gemalim baim, and he saw camels coming. And I have to say, the word um, camel, gamal, can also mean to finish and can also mean to be kind to. So whatever you want to do with that. But yeah, the camels are obviously things that are darshan here. Okay, 64. Then Rebekah lifted her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she dismounted from her camel. Rebecca also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel, and Rebecca lifted her eyes and saw Isaac, and she let herself down from the camel. ותישא רבקה את עיניה, ותראה את יצחק, ותיפול מעל הגמל. Interesting. So Vetisa Rivka et Eineha, she raised her eyes, right? Rivka raised her eyes, Vetere, and she saw et Yitzchak, Isaac, Vatipol Ma'al Hagamal. Literally, and she fell from the camel. So Rashi is probably going to explain why it's saying. She slipped off toward the earth as the Targum Kinit. She leaned towards the earth but did not reach the ground, as above verse 14. Please lower Hatet Kideh. Targum renders Archini. Similar to this, 2 Samuel 22:10, and he bent Vayet the heavens, and the Targum is also Archon. An expression of leaning towards the earth, and similarly, in Psalm 37:24, Yipol, though he falls, ki yipol lo yutal, he shall not be cast down. Meaning that if he falls towards the earth, he will not reach the ground. Interesting. So he's adamant that, like the Targum, the translation into the Aramaic, Targum Onkelos, we're assuming, guessing, um, that she definitely didn't fall, even though it says she fell. I'm gonna wonder about this for a while. Okay. For she had said to the servant, "Who is this man walking in the field to meet us?" The servant said, "It is my master." So she took a veil and covered herself, and asked the servant, "Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?" "He is my master," the servant answered. So she took her veil and covered herself. And she said to the servant, "Who is that man walking in the field towards us?" And the servant said, "He is my master." And she took the veil and covered herself. Vatomer, so she said, El ha'eved, to the servant or slave, Mi ha'ish halazeh. Interesting. So mi ha'ish, who's the man? Halazeh. Yeah, I guess this. Um, so it appears in this form only twice. From the article Allah onward. Oh, the man in front? This very? This? Okay. Halazeh. Interesting. Um, Haholech basadeh, who walks in the field, likratenu, to meet us or to greet us. Vayomer ha'eved, and the servant or the slave says, Hu Adoni. So the pronoun is being used as the present tense of the verb to be. He is my master. Vetikach hatsaif vetitkas. So, and she took a tsaif, a wrapper, shawl, or veil, used 3 times in the Bible from an unused word. Yeah. Vatitkas. So, lachasot, chafsen samachei. Yeah. Um, it's in the reflexive, and she covered herself. Titkas. 66. And the servant told Isaac all the things that he had done. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. And the servant told Isaac all the things he had done. Vayesaper ha'eved leYitzchak et kol hadevarim asher asa. Interesting. We haven't had this word in this whole chapter. And lesaper is to can mean to count or account, or um, a book is a sefer, vayisaper, and he told, right, to be, yeah, story, yeah, so told, counted, maybe. Ha'eved leYitzchak, the servant or slave to Isaac, et kol hadevarim asher asa, all of the things that he had done, that he did. 67, last verse. Then Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and he took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. So Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Um, Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Um, and Isaac brought her to the tent of Sarah his mother, and he took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted for the loss of his mother. Vayavieha Yitzchak ha'ohala Sarah imo, vayikach et Rivka, vetehi lo leisha, vayevayeahaveha, vayeahaveha, vayinahem Yitzchak acharei imo. Interesting. Again, this whole chapter has been one of these things which you can read on so many different levels. And frankly, I want to ask Sam why all the funny Christian Trinitarian stuff hasn't been applied to this chapter, because I think there, yeah, maybe it just doesn't work with a lot of the stuff, but whatever. Okay, Veyavieha, there should be a yud there. There isn't. And he caused her. It's the he feel. He brought her, right? Yitzchak ha'ohala, towards the tent. Sarah, imo. And it should be of shall ha'ohala Sarah imo. I mean, so the word shell isn't really used in biblical Hebrew. It would be in modern Hebrew. Um, of Sarah, his mother, right? Vayikach et Rivka, and he took Rivka, right? Obviously as a wife. Vatehi lo leisha, and she was for him a wife, a woman. Ye'ehaveha, and he loved her. Not much to say about that. Ve'yinachem, we spoke about the word nacham, to be comforted. Um, Yitzchak, after his mother, right? Yeah, we might read the Rashis after this. And there's a Petucha, and this is the first one we've seen. This is where there's a break in the text. And yeah, so let's see what Rashi says. To the tent of Sarah his mother, he brought her to the tent, and behold, she was Sarah his mother. She became the likeness of Sarah his mother. For as long as Sarah was alive, a candle burned from one Sabbath eve to the next. A blessing was found in the dough, and a cloud was attached to the tent. When she died, these things ceased, and when Rebecca arrived, they resumed. Again, Genesis Rabbah, um, for her mother. It is the way of the world, for his mother, sorry. It is the way of the world that, as long as a person's mother is alive, he is attached to her. But as soon as she dies, he finds comfort in his wife. And that's from Pirkei the Rabbi Eliezer. Yep. Yeah. What time is it? It's not so late. I'm gonna hang around for another 15 minutes. If anybody has any questions or anything, please feel free to ask. I'm gonna try to see if I can figure out um, why. Um, Not sure if the person who sent this to me is still watching. But in case anybody else is interested, I'm probably gonna look for some commentaries on Genesis 24 because it's just so interesting. Um, and I'll mention it. I'm not gonna be doing a live stream for the whole high holidays, which is gonna be like the next 4 weeks. I might do a rant or something, but I'm not gonna do my weekly live stream. Um, what to say. Zephaniah 3:9. Ki az epoch el amin safa bera lichroch olam b'shem havaya lo Shchem echad. For then I will restore to the peoples a pure language, that they may call all of them on the name of God, to serve him with one accord, with